Everything has changed, I know, since the day you walked out that door. Nothing's left of me to show. I can't even see myself anymore. Am I longing for you? Or just what I felt beside you? Does it even make a difference anyway? Now I'm I'm split in two. Why am I compelled to be here when I know I never should have stayed? Nothing stays the same, I know, but I wish we had more time. The cracks around our smiles still show, but we pretend that it's just fine. Did it have to be you? Why does my heart search forever for illusions of what love means? Now I'm split in two. Why do I still wanna hate you when I know I need you here with me? Was any word you said the truth, or was everything a lie? After all the trust you broke into, I still can't stand to say goodbye. Did it have to be you? Have to be you. Everything is strange, I know, since the day she walked through your door. I don't know what to say to show you will always deserve much more. I'm longing for you, and for what I feel beside you. It hurts, but I still want it anyway. Now I'm split in two. Why do I still wanna save you when I know I'm glad it went this way? Did it have to be you? Our hearts search forever for illusions of what love means. Now we're split in two. Will we fall apart together? Is this all that we will ever be? Hi. How was that? Now I'm considering playing a second one, but I don't know if y'all would rather me just get into the stream. Another banger by Saige Alexis from YouTube.
So I'll leave it up to you. If you want me to perform the second one, I have one like that I was going to play, but this is you are the viewer. End stream with a second performance. I could do that. I'm still not going to do it on camera. All right. Go ahead. Hi. How are you all? Thank you, Naomi. Let's see who's here tonight. The dear friend Annie Gal, Naomi Chance, Hunter.me, Literal Laura, Netspace, Nightwild, Zoomy Deer. Full house today. Hi, Twisty. Been a while, hasn't it? Thank you, Hunter. This is one of my favorite outfits. This skirt and top. And it works really well with this headband. I'm actually very pleasantly surprised. Hello, Wanderer. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you, Pluvius, for the 5 gifted subs. To Luke Davis, Viper GTS 75, Obnoxious Atheist, Rui, and Keo. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. We are starting off the stream correctly. So how y'all been? I've been having a grand old time. We got a lot to go over tonight, so I am gonna like kind of jump into things a little bit, but you know, still want to check in with you all. And thank you, Pluvius, for being a member for 2 months. Everyone should have a sparkly heart icon, but I've yet to win the lottery. I can't pay for everyone. Well, I appreciate the five gifted subs regardless. It really does mean a ton. Thank you so much. So, lots been going on. Before I get into like all of the like stuff, I wanted to kind of start off a little bit chill. You know, let things be. You know, we go at a really good pace. Don't need to like jump into everything just yet because I know that we're going to be talking about some discourse. Lots of stuff. um but yeah. So first thing, you might notice in the background that there is a new addition to the stuffy crew that I have. I have my very own BPD bunny. If you have never heard of this brand, this is from Plushy Dreadfuls, which is a company that makes a bunch of stuffed rabbits. And a lot of them are themed around different things. There's like pride ones, there's, you know, fruits and all of that, but they also have a mental health collection. And one of the ones is based on Borderline. And as a Borderline haver myself, I couldn't resist the urge to get one. I genuinely really love this thing. The design is really cool. Like everything about it is designed, you know, to represent some sort of meaning for people with borderline. Um, you know, even the colors have special meaning. Like the pink is for flamboyance. You know, you've got the little broken heart here, which is supposed to kind of like symbolize fear of abandonment, kind of attachment issues. It's got a little bomb backpack. Look at her. You got a little bomb backpack for you know, the occasional explosive outburst. And inside, there are little bunnies. Look at them, little bunnies. They are supposed to come with a black bunny and a white bunny, to symbolize kind of like black and white thinking, black split, white split. But mine actually came with two black bunnies, which I assume is in error. And I was initially like a little disappointed because like, you know, the black split, white split is the thing with it. But actually on thinking about it, I actually am okay with it because I just kind of find it a little funny. And I am one person who does black split pretty damn hard, so it is kind of like it is kind of fitting for me to have two black split bunnies, to be honest. But I do genuinely love her. And I wanted to show her off. I also got one of the, see, that's the thing, Hunter, is that these because they're all handmade, like each one of them is a little bit unique. Just because they're like tiny little differences between each one. And yeah, I also got one for my lovely partner Poppy because it was her birthday recently and I wanted to get her a birthday present. And I'm going to be getting one for Xena for their birthday too. And we're all going to have we're all gonna have some plushy dreadful bunnies, and I can't wait for you to see them. I'll let them show them off when they want to. Does she have a name? She does not have a name yet. Still figuring that out. But I do love her so fucking much. My new favorite thing. Oh, also, came with this really cool bag. Let's see if I can show this off. Like look at this. Got the black and the white bunnies on there. And yeah, I'm very like it's a really good tote bag, and I'm like unironically just like using it for work. Or going to. Like I so genuinely love it so much. Yeah, that's my little thing. I also wearing these right now. You can kind of see them. I got these little Pokeball earrings while I was staying with my partners. We um went out for a very nice date for Poppy's birthday, and someone was selling these, and I kind of had to have them, and I think they look adorable. No mistakes, just happy accidents. Yes, true. That's kind of my thing. I just got home recently. For those of you who don't know, I have not been uh home. I've been uh out because I recently had surgery. I actually in the last 2 months I have been uh at my home for about 2 weeks total of the entire time, and I'm finally like back home for the time being. I'll be re-entering the workforce and becoming a functioning member of society again next week, which is wild. I feel like I'm like relearning how to do like everything. Um, but my my rest has been needed, but I am very ready to kind of get back. I have missed all of my people, and just missed kind of like being productive and doing things. I really do enjoy like what I do, like my day job. Um and yeah, so I'm really happy to kind of be like, kind of settling back into normalcy. Um yeah. Hello Van Radis, good to see you. We're just catching up. Got to get back to my shit too, Lamau. Fair. I do recommend people getting back to their shit. But yeah, that's kind of been a little bit of the update. I was going to talk a little bit more in depth, kind of like an actual segment. Um, we'll get into that like later. Let me know, by the way, how audio is, because I'm really trying to make my editors lives fucking actually good, and not like make them have to do extra work because I'm bad at setting up audio. Um, yeah, sweet. So tonight is going to be a pretty good kind of thing. The intent is to kind of make this like my like Pride Month catch up stream, because I've been down for a while and not able to like really stream that much. I know I did the kind of like short like surprise stream a little bit after my bottom surgery. But I kind of don't count that a little bit, because it was like very definitely like not good for me to do. Like my ass was so sore after that stream. It was way too soon to be doing it, because I just could not sit for that long. And I had never intended to sit like as long as I did. Like I intended to end a little bit early, but as usual, got caught up. Thank you, Van Radis, for the $5. Stay hydrated. True. Everyone drink water. All of you stay hydrated. It is good for your health. It is good for ensuring that you don't get dehydrated, which can cause a ton of health conditions. It's really good for your skin. It's also a good deterrent for migraines, which I suffer from. So staying hydrated is really important, especially if it's as hot as it is around here. It is Indiana is like dealing with a heat wave right now, basically for like the next couple of days. So it is sweltering out here. And that's cool. Also, like I have my air conditioner on, because like I don't have I have like a air conditioner in my bedroom. And I have to have it off right now, because otherwise you would not be able to hear me. Eventually I'll figure out how to adjust my audio so that is not a problem, but right now it's too close to the mic and too loud, and I have to have it like I have to have it turned up, otherwise it's like not cool enough. Yeah, the weather is not great in the Midwest right now. Is the weather ever great in the Midwest? Honestly, this is kind of par for the course for me. I'm so used to just like weather patterns that are like more bipolar than my fucking emotional state. Like this does not faze me. Weather really putting the mid and Midwest, true. Weather is never even good in the South. Yeah. Yeah, I really feel for all of you in the South. All right. Also, by the way, I will be streaming a couple more times this week. I will be like I said, I'm actually going to be going back to work next week, and as much as I'm very excited for that, and I do have I do have a day job. Streaming is not my career, nor do I necessarily want it to be. I do want to like continue to have like I never want this to be my only income. I'm sorry. I love all of you. But this shit is way too unstable. So as much as I'm like really excited to be getting back to work, like it is like the unfortunate reality that like when I'm back to work, because I do like I have a full-time job. I'm not going to be able to like stream as often as possible. Like I'm going to make an effort to try to stream once a week or once every couple of weeks. But I'm not going to be able to do like, 4 or 5 streams a week. So I'm taking the opportunity for this, like the rest of this week, to get a couple of streams in. So, there will be content for the channel, and I get to kind of do what I love to do, is like my hobby, and kind of like engage in that before I get back. Especially because I'll have the time, and there's a lot to cover. So might as well. So the plan right now is to stream again on Friday and Saturday, if possible. Now it will depend on how like, the weather is, or if something comes up, or like, if my health or like migraines act up, like obviously like we'll readjust, but Friday and Saturday are my intention for more streams. So that will be on the horizon. Tune in then if you can't make tonight. I've been considering a part-time job, so I have an excuse to work on video stuff. Like, that's fair, honestly. I will always encourage people to get a job. Volatility is rather important to consider. True. Yeah, the thing about streaming is like, as much as I love it, I love this as a hobby, and it is like genuinely one of my favorite things to do. It's just that like streaming is an incredibly like it's an incredibly volatile thing, and I don't want to put all of my income into something that is that unstable. That's not to say that like there is such a thing as like stable income. Like, if you are not like an owner of something, um and you are like working for like your income is not like stable, you can be fired. You can like lose your job and shit. But like it is way more like stable for me to like have, my day job, and I want to like, I'm going to school and will be, hopefully getting into the mental health field, and like those things I want to do with my life, and this is more of a hobby, and I don't ever want this to be like, I don't ever want my income to be at the whim of like Twitter cancellations. 1 second. Honestly, probably the wisest choice. Yeah, it like, I just can't. As much as I love all of you, I can't trust any of you. Yeah, it is infinitely more secure. All right, so do we want to kind of get into things? I know I did like a poll a couple of weeks ago because I thought I was going to be able to stream before surgery, but it didn't end up working out that way. I know I did a poll and asked people what they wanted me to talk about, and like overwhelmingly, people wanted Pride Month discourse and surgery discussion. So those are the main topics that I wanted to talk about today. So we'll kind of go into that. Um, do we want to start with kind of like going over surgery, or just getting into the discourse? Because I'll let it be dealer's choice. Imagine my shock that a person with a hate mob after them doesn't want their income to be subject to the feelings of the internet. True, Pluvius. Maybe keep the happier stuff for last. Oh, we want the discourse. We want to just jump right into it, huh? Okay. All right. Um, that's fair enough. Actually, it would be cool because I do also want to talk about some like mental health discourse. Um, so it might be fun to like have the surgery discussion kind of like as a break in between. Um, and then I can kind of like outline some other stuff that I'm planning on talking about this week. Um, and we can just kind of see what we want. Sound good? Everyone's wanting the discourse. Y'all live for the drama, don't you? Mental health discourse, I'm shuddering. It's mostly, I say discourse, it's like this is not like a thing on like Twitter or something. It's mostly just like I want to talk about mental health stigma and kind of talk a little bit about some of the like failings um of stuff when it comes to not just like when it comes to the actual stigma that mental health has, but also kind of like how I think a lot of people who fancy themselves advocates also kind of fail in their advocacy and also kind of like fail in, making decent arguments and fail certain populations when it comes to discourse or when it comes to mental health because like, and I'm gonna kind of like break it up into a couple of different things, but like people people really don't like certain mental health conditions or disorders, and also like I'm gonna be real with you, like the online left is super fucking ableist when it comes to people with personality disorders. Um, and I do want to eventually talk about that. I don't know that I'm gonna get into that tonight. I might like touch a little bit on it when we actually do the discussion, but my plan is to kind of like make that its kind of own dedicated discussion. Even providers have brain worms. Yeah, it really like there is a lot of like the stigma is not just within like society at large. It's also an institutional thing. Oh, don't worry, Hunter. We are actually going to get into both sides of that of the like the kind of I want to talk about the like TikTokification, I guess is what a lot of people have called it, of like disorders, but I also want to talk about the like the flip side of that. Um so because I the older that I get, the longer that I do this, the more I just start like becoming a radical centrist with so many things because like because I see so many people go to opposite extremes and like they're not good extremes. Like I'm fine with people being radical on like certain things and having like, views that are not like considered conventional. It's just like also be a good person. Like goddamn fake disorder cringe stuff. Yeah. Stuff like that. We're going to talk on like both ends of that spectrum of like the fake disorder cringe types and the like the people that like really do kind of glorify personality disorders and like mental health conditions in a way that I think is kind of harmful and not like good for us. Because there is acceptance and erasing stigma, and then there is also like overselling something as fine when it's not. Queen Slut with the $5. All Hallows Eve, Luigi be thy name, a new Saige stream to ease our pain. Luxander, Abroka, can't take my drip, Mang. Bars. Not as much as Systems cringe though, because history I have personally with the mods of that subreddit. I feel for you so much. New digital self-harm unlock. Yeah, well, I mean, like people do legitimately like there is, and I'm going to talk a bit about this tonight with a different subject, but people will tend to oversell things as being like fine or normal or like healthy or something that they're not in order to like overcompensate for the fact that there is like a stigma, or that there is like a like some sort of like misunderstanding of something. And I think that that tendency is harmful. But we'll get into that in a minute. This is the reason why I try not to speak out of my ass about mental health issues on my platforms. Well, I mean, the thing is like, I think it's actually, and I'm going to be real with you. This is another hot take of mine. I actually think it's really like okay for people to not necessarily be experts on this, like in the like professional sense, and to talk about it. Like I don't think that this is something we should necessarily gatekeep, because people are like experts in like lots of ways, and just being educated is not the same thing as being an expert. So I think it's fine to like speak on this stuff. It's just also like be willing to be wrong, right? Like I'm not going to consider myself an arbiter of this stuff. I don't consider myself an expert on a lot of things. Um Really anything, to be honest. I consider myself to be pretty knowledgeable on some stuff. I think that I'm fairly intelligent when it comes to things, and I think that like I've had enough experience with things that I'm able to like have actual discussions on stuff, especially when it comes to things like politics. I consider myself fairly knowledgeable on mental health, not necessarily in the sense that like I'm like formally educated, but I do have like personal experience when it comes to it. But I am getting that education. Like it is actually what I'm going to school for. Like I am going to school to become a mental health professional. So this is the stuff that I am like actually studying and getting into. That's not to say that like my words are like the final say on thing. It's just say on things. It's just that like I do feel like I have like some ability to speak on this. But just because I have like that knowledge or that experience or whatever does not mean that I'm like uniquely qualified. I think that it's fine for people to talk on this stuff. Yeah, Jordan Peterson is technically like an expert on mental health. Well, yeah, Nightwild. I actually think that like I think that being a patient, being a like person that like seeks treatment for mental health conditions is in some way like making you, it is giving you experience to be able to speak on stuff. Now that doesn't necessarily make you an expert, but it does like give you, it does give you a level of awareness that I think makes your voice valuable. I'm going to become anti-empiricist, realizing that Jordan Peterson is an expert. Yeah, same. All right, well, let's get into it. Like we're already kind of discoursing, so let's do it. Let's go. Let's kind of talk about it. So let's. He is thankfully just the one. I mean, to be honest, I would argue that Jordan Peterson isn't necessarily an expert. I would say Jordan Peterson is educated. Um, Jordan Peterson has expertise when it comes to certain things. Um, and I wouldn't want to like take away that like experience and that like knowledge from him. I also think he's dumb as shit and an absolute garbage human being, which does kind of go against all of that like expertise that he has, apparently. But yeah, let's just kind of get into it, Um yeah, we'll just do it. We'll just do it. We're gonna dive headfirst into the mental health stuff. So apologies to the editors for not having like a clean start to this. But we do what we do. Um I think that having I think that like having this discussion beforehand is also like valuable to the segment. So James Rolfe technically went to film school, but no one should ever copy his filmmaking. I also started watching the Folding Ideas video. I need to finish it. I was like really enjoying it. It's very informative. And also true. But yeah, mental health stigma. Um, the thing about the mental health stigma, and this is kind of like what I want to talk about, is I don't think it's a secret to anyone that like there is a growing movement recently to kind of raise awareness for mental health conditions and to try to erase stigma and normalize a little bit the idea that people go through mental health crises, that people have, mental health conditions, that people have disorders, and that's okay. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you less deserving of like good treatment or like civil rights. Like obviously these are things that we all agree on. These are things that I think are good. I want to kind of talk about the mental health stigma stuff because the way I see a lot of this online is I think counterintuitive sometimes. Because I see and this is probably going to be the theme of the stream. There's a lot of gatekeeping when it comes to erasing the mental health stigma, when it comes to talking about like the value of raising awareness. Because tell me if you've heard this one before. How many people do you know that post during Mental Health Awareness Week and they are so ready to talk about their story dealing with the time that they experienced depression 5 years ago, and then they went to therapy and they had 5 sessions and their therapist helped them figure out how to cope with the stress that was leading to their depression, and then they overcame depression. And it's an empowering story because anyone can deal with mental health conditions, and we shouldn't shame people for feeling sad sometimes or for having anxiety, because these things are pervasive in society. And then you see that same person go on a screed about how people with bipolar can't be trusted around children. Because I've had this happen. Yeah, I've defeated depression. I have had this happen. Maybe not like so many times I can't count, but it is enough that it is worth acknowledging, because there really is this feeling I get amongst people who, at least normies. So that I want you all to know that when I'm saying this, what I'm talking about mostly is normies. There is a lot of let's erase stigma for depression and anxiety. And that's all that mental health is. The awareness of mental health starts and ends at depression and anxiety. And the thing is, the reason why I find this unhelpful is because when you actually break down a lot of their like feelings and behaviors and a lot of the way that they engage with the mental health awareness, it's really counterintuitive, even to depression and anxiety, like even to the stigma there. Because again, like I use that example, right? The person who combated their depression and overcame. How many of those people Have you met, do you know, maybe in your life, maybe a parent, maybe a grandparent, maybe a friend, a coworker, uh like how many of those people have you seen do that, where they post their little thing on Mental Health Awareness Week, and they erase the stigma, they beat their depression, um but then they have some really weird feelings about people with chronic depression or chronic anxiety, you know, the disorders that like impact functioning, like impact your actual everyday like executive function. Yeah, literal Laura. This extends to autism awareness too. Like I actually have like a personal story of somebody who like treated a person in my life as if they literally had no ability to make any decisions for themselves um because they were autistic. And I would like it to be like fully understood that um the person in question was not diagnosed as autistic. Not that you necessarily need a diagnosis. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like the person that was engaging in this did not know them. Like they didn't know, they were just interpolating and just assuming, and then also went to treat them like they had absolutely no ability to have any agency whatsoever. And it's like it's awful because you will see people do the like mental health awareness thing, but they seem to have really fucking weird views on mental health. Hello, hello, Poppy. Thank you, love. I like the red headband too. Yes, true, literal lore. Like it really does kind of illustrate how like how much privilege a lot of the people that engage in this have. And that's not to say that like there is privilege in depression or anxiety. Obviously, if somebody has depression or anxiety, there's not privilege in that, but there is like a level of there are layers to this where people with those stories often talk about having like little impact to their actual executive functioning beyond like a temporary thing. And that's the type of mental health awareness that they want to bring to attention. They don't want to talk about people who have chronic mental health conditions that actually impact their executive functioning, that actually impact their ability to, maintain relationships or jobs or, take care of themselves. And that's not to say, and by the way, I want to make it perfectly clear. I'm going to say this, and I know that there are going to be at least a contingency of people that are going to disagree with me. But I need you to understand having an impact on your executive function because of mental health conditions does not mean that you have no agency. Like, it literally doesn't. And we shouldn't treat people like that. Like, we don't exist in a binary where you have either absolute executive functioning, and that is where you like have the ability to like be considered a reasonable, rational person and can make your own decisions, and then you don't. Like this is a spectrum. There are people that fit into that like category, but the vast majority of people who deal with mental health conditions are able to like make decisions for themselves. There is just an impact to their executive functioning that is, causing roadblocks. And people treat this as if like this is a thing. This is like the bad version of mental health that like we don't want to raise awareness for. Seeing my family infantilizing my cousin with autism is very saddening to me. Yeah, like I've had the same exact experience. And it's fucking ridiculous. Now, on the other hand, because we it wouldn't be a stream on youtube.com/SageAlexis if there was also not people taking this too far on the other side. And I want to address that too. You probably heard like the discourse and conversation around kind of like the quote unquote like TikTokification of mental illness. And I don't really like that language, to be clear. I think it's kind of reductive, and I think it kind of is a little bit infantilizing to people, because when people say TikTokification, what they mean is young people. And the thing is that it's not just like Gen Z and Gen Alpha that engage in this. Like, there are a lot of people at a lot of different age groups that do. But it's also the language that I think people will recognize. So I'm saying that for the utility of giving you the image that you need. When I say that, you've probably heard that like language, like the TikTokification of like mental illness. And it does exist a phenomena, right? And it is noticeable on TikTok, but it also exists elsewhere. This exists on Reddit, this exists on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook. Like, all social media is like this. It's just that like TikTok is large right now, so it is the most visible way to notice this. But there are people that will take this on the opposite side and will kind of go to the point where like they want to oversell mental illness as being like normal, to the point that they make it seem like it's cute, or like, I'm gonna be like, this might be a hot take. I think a lot of people who engage in this way of like, the example that I would give is like, I'm gonna call out my own community a little bit. There are a lot of people online that will treat like borderline symptoms as if they are like really cute, and not as if like some of them are just like really fucking difficult and hard to live with. Now, that's not to say that there aren't people people with borderline online that treat them as if they're like impossible to overcome, and there's no hope, and there's nothing that you can do, and so on and like, people are annoying on all fronts. But what I'm getting at is like, there are people who engage with this to the point where they like treat this stuff as if it is, I don't want to say normal, but like they take normalization and want to make it seem like this stuff isn't as difficult to deal with or live with as it is. The point of the awareness isn't to make like this stuff so normal to the like normalized to the point where like there's no action taken. Because the reality is that like, and speaking as somebody with borderline, like, I like the fact that there is more and more of a conversation happening where like it is more like recognizable and visible, and people are, becoming a little bit more accepting of people with borderline, and that stigma is being like challenged. It's really cool. It's also really fucking hard to deal with borderline symptoms. Like, it's not cute. It's not fun. If I could exist without borderline, I would. There are good things. There are positive like things from it. Positive like personality traits, or positive like personality like things that I can reframe some of those things and have that like positive like self-positivity. But that does not that is not the same thing as the condition, like the actual like disorder itself being like hard to deal with. And I think that a lot of people will take this route of like overselling it, and it ends up making it seem like we're not actually dealing with things that are difficult. It actually makes it seem like it's not as difficult as it is. And I think that's kind of harmful to the awareness because it makes people feel like there's less action to take, less reason to be concerned. Yeah, the solution to stigmatization isn't fetishization. That is a really good quote, actually. Well, see, here's the thing, Christy. I want to be very clear. I'm not arguing that people are pretending to be mentally ill on TikTok. I'm actually like making a different argument. I don't think that people are pretending to be mentally ill on TikTok. I think people are overselling their mental illness as being like fine when it's not. Or when it's like not as fine as they're selling it. Because I also think that like the people claiming that like kids today are like pretending to be mentally ill on TikTok is also dog shit. Because first of all, you don't know that. And second of all, like, even if so, like, so what? Like, the existence of somebody faking a thing does not erase the existence of that thing. Well, I mean, the thing is like, Netspace, like, the thing is people will admit to faking shit on TikTok all the time. Yeah, I wish I was faking it. I wish I was faking my my personality disorder. Like, I actually, it's weird because I actually do have like complicated feelings around like my plurality. As far as like, you know, would I like, would I change anything if I could? Um, but as far as like depression, anxiety, borderline, my eating disorder, like, no, no, no. I would like to not have those. Actually, I would actually like to not have those. ADHD. I like I said, I can like do the I can do the reframing thing, which is really helpful in like a personal acceptance and kind of like a self-compassion mindset. Those things, um, those things are good, and I think people should do those things like when you can, you know, reframing. Like let me give you an example. Coming again from like the borderline example, you know, um, one of like my symptoms is that I have like attachment issues and I have fear of abandonment. And those are really powerful emotions. Um, One way that I can kind of like reframe that, because it is difficult to deal with. And so like I'm constantly afraid of being alone, and you know, a lot of my feelings are constantly turned up to 11, and I do feel like the entire fucking spectrum of human emotion like every fucking hour. Um a way that I can kind of like reframe some of those feelings is, you know, that fear of abandonment does also speak to a incredible amount of like loyalty on my part. It does mean that like, because I am constantly like seeking those deep connections, I do tend to fall hard and fall quickly, and I tend to develop close bonds with people, and I tend to have a lot of loyalty, and I would consider those to be, you know, good qualities. Those qualities being things that do personally like there are negative aspects, obviously, but the positive aspects are you know, elements of me being a pretty good person and a pretty good friend. Um, like that is a good way to like reframe that, and it does help on like the self compassion aspect of dealing with those emotions, right? And that is good. Like, people should do that more often, but there is a difference between that and like people treating it like there's a difference between that and then like treating it like me having a blowout with like a partner because I got jealous as like being like cute. Like, it's not cute. I don't like that happens. It's not a good thing. It would be better if it did not, actually. That doesn't erase like what I said about like being a good person and like the loyalty and all of that, but it's like you can see how those are different, right? Like you get what I'm saying. I sure love having a panic attack because someone who's answered my messages in roughly 2-minute intervals suddenly answers after 8 minutes and I think I did something wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I literally like I'll give a personal example. Like, I actually this is not something that I'm necessarily proud of, but I got really upset with my mom because I was texting her one day and she was like responding to me and suddenly like I needed to call her and I asked if she could call me and she didn't respond for like 10 minutes and I like instinctively like blew up her phone and then got really upset with her and she was just like taking a shower. I don't like that that's a thing that happened. I can't change it and it's something that I'm working on, but like that's not cute. You all know that, right? Like, it's not cute that that happens. So ultimately, that's kind of what I'm getting at with the mental health discourse. Is I just want like I just want to make it clear. The thing that we can do better on when we are doing mental health awareness is to actually like raise awareness. And doing that is not just like it's not just like depression and anxiety. Like, it's raising awareness of other conditions and the impact that they have on people's lives and providing solutions, because that's the other part of this like coin is that there are solutions to these issues. Having better access to mental health services is a huge deal, especially in underserved communities. Like, just posting about like depression and anxiety on occasion is not the mental health activism that you think it is. Like, be aware that like the way that you speak about other mental health conditions does impact that stigma. And then kind of going back to the like looping back around with depression and anxiety, since like that is like the you know one that people tend to focus on. Even with depression and anxiety, it is possible to kind of fuck up that like awareness, because I will see a lot of people treat it as if like depression or anxiety is just being sad, just being worried. It's just a temporary thing that you just go through for like a week and then like you go to therapy and you get over it. And like that's not true for everyone. And the reason why the mental health awareness exists is not just to bring to light like people who temporarily go through like hardship and then overcome that, but it's also to bring to light people who deal with those conditions like chronically. Um, it is it is important that we do both, but it is way more important that we shed light on the chronic conditions, because the chronic conditions are the things that are suffering without access to treatment. Why are you depressed? Life is so beautiful. Yeah, hadn't considered that. Yes, I had a big meltdown the other day and got upset and anxious at my partner when they didn't immediately answer my messages. Yeah, and like it's okay. Like again, I want it to be very clear, by the way, that when I say like, this is not cute, I'm not shaming anyone, right? I want you to all know, Shay, that was fine. It's fine like it's okay. It happens. Like there's not like I'm not trying to shame anyone. The point is not to feel ashamed of your symptoms. The point is to understand that like your symptoms are a thing that you deal with. Sometimes you struggle and sometimes you don't, and sometimes you struggle more days than you do others. And that's okay. Like it's okay that those outbursts occasionally happen. It's okay that like you occasionally show symptoms. Like the showing symptoms is not a problem. It's just like the overselling the symptoms as being something that like is cute, I think is harmful. But anyway, I've been going on for a while. I don't want to just like keep repeating myself. Um, yeah. I wanted to talk about this because I do see a lot of it. Um, and it's very very infuriating. I'll admit, when I even see jokes or memes about struggling depression or anything I'm insecure about, my immediate instinct is to lash out because a part of me feels invalidated. I think that's valid. Like, I think there is like a layer too where like, especially depending on the type of person it is easy to kind of feel invalidated seeing people talk about it because sometimes it does feel hard. Sometimes that empathy is just like hard to want to give because like you just don't have the spoons for it. But yeah, I think I've made my point pretty clear, and um, this has been a pretty decent segment, I think. So I think we'll kind of channel this discussion a little bit and maybe come back because there are a couple of other things that I want to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it at a different stream because I've got other things to talk about. So yeah, we'll see you all next time. Go team. Shouting go team as the second plane hits the tower. Damn. I would. All right. We're gonna do a few of the discourses and then I'll take a break and we'll reconvene. I also need to get like a snack because before we get started because apparently not eaten enough today, I don't think. So I actually heard the say the line bar audio in my head like a second after you paused to end the segment. I've only been eating one meal a day. That's not a good thing. I say that as somebody who is also like lucky to eat like a meal a day. It's best to eat smaller meals throughout the day because that way your body is getting nutrients um, throughout. I would love some baked potato soup, actually. That sounds delicious. I assume you make yours with bacon, which I don't eat, but I would probably still eat it just because it sounds really good. Aw. By the way, if you enjoy the stream, consider donating. You can donate a couple of different ways. There's a Ko-Fi link. You can become a patron on Patreon, become a channel member. You can donate directly through YouTube. A super chat or a super thanks. I also have a GoFundMe, which will help me pay for my recent surgeries. Yeah, everyone should be eating. I have some pistachio to snack on. I did actually know that, Van Rados. It is weird. It does not fill me with like joy to know that. It actually enrages me a little bit. Yeah, bacon bits are not bacon. I have no idea what they're actually made out of. Welcome, Storm. Stream's going well so far. We are currently discussing the veganness of bacon bits, but I did just do a segment on mental health stigma. I have the lightly salted. Soy protein? Based. All right. Bacon bits made me trans. Nope, Naomi. Bacon bits are in fact soy protein. We've determined. I thought you said boy protein. Everyone's got to consume a little bit of boy protein sometimes. That's how they get you. All right. I'm going to do the news last. We're going to get into the juicy discourse. It's nearing the end of Pride Month, and I wanted to make sure that I got in all of our favorite discourses. I was gonna do Kink at Pride too. I think I'm just gonna kind of tack this on to any one of the segments because like I really don't want to do a whole thing on this because it's not interesting and we do it every single year and nobody cares. Yeah, Queer PSYOP Month. So briefly with Kink at Pride, actually we could probably just make this a short. We can just make this a short because I can do this in 60 seconds. So briefly, Kink at Pride. Should kink be at Pride? The answer is who fucking cares? Like seriously. Like actually seriously. The answer is who fucking cares? Like I am so tired of people acting like Pride parades are just like a bunch of fucking people in full leather gimp outfits like fucking. And then when I go, I don't see any of that. I just see like maybe somebody in nipple pasties and then like a really bad queer band playing. And then I get like a pen from one of the local like fucking like animal shelters. Like that's what happens when I go to Pride. Stop with the lying about what Pride is. And also the solution to kink at Pride has always been the two-state solution. You can have kink at Pride in like 18 plus areas and then have no kink and like non-18 in like all ages areas. We solved it. Done. Reminds me of that quote that they will persecute us no matter how we present ourselves. Yeah, the thing is like it literally doesn't matter. We're going into the camps whether we're kinky or not. No, it's always been a psyop, Storm. Kink at Pride has always been a psyop. Do not trust anyone who starts Kink at Pride's like discourse. They are all CIA. You can safely believe anyone spreading Kink at Pride discourse works for the CIA. All right, that's that. I did my time with Kink at Pride. But I do want to talk about three discourses that are going to kind of be meshed into one little like segment. Yeah, let's see if they're Latino. I do want to talk about three like other discourses. They're going to kind of be meshed into one thing because they have one overarching thing in common, and it is biphobia. So let's do it. Let's get our feet wet. Are you all ready? Are you all ready for the biphobia discourse? Because I wasn't. Yeah, my favorite. Food acquired just in time. Just in time, Twisty, for the biphobia discourses. Keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times. All right, let's just do this. Okay. So we're going to talk about three specific ones. They're all kind of like interconnected a little bit, kind of. But we're going to pretend. I need you all to just pretend we're just going to like for purposes of this segment, yes, this year's Discourse check notes. Your bisexual cow boyfriend is not allowed at a public concert they paid to go to. Cis, not cow. I actually like bisexual cow boyfriend. So let's do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We'll start with the easy one. We're gonna Shay already acknowledged this. We're gonna start with this one. Because this one actually, like, I saw this and I legitimately think this one is also a psyop. I genuinely because I saw the account that was making this thing. So we're gonna look at it. We're gonna look at the thing. The original tweet that this whole thing was quote tweeting. I think the person privated. Yeah. So we can't actually go all the way back and get all of the context, but just for the purposes of looking at this. Reminder to everyone to not harass anyone that ever appears on my screen. Don't engage. We are looking. We are observing from afar. There will be no engagement, no harassment. So let's take a look. So this is the one that I saw. I really don't care. I'm T for T with every relationship in my life. Don't bring your possibly bi but still cisgendered boyfriend or friend or family member around me or my people during queer events. It's simple. Like, Pride is more than just being lesbian or bi or gay. This movement was built off the backs of trans queers. I'm not saying everyone in the LGBTQ plus community has to be trans, but why would I want people's cis boyfriends around me? So this was the one. This was the one that I saw getting in on the discourse. I need you to know that this is a psyop. I need you to know that this is a psyop. Every single person in the comments, by the way, was like questioning this person, and every single time they would have their words repeated back to them, and they would be, I didn't say that. And I checked their profile. If you go onto their profile, this person is just like this person is just doing like the Jai thing. Of like the only people that matter are black trans people. Which I don't know if I have to explain why it's a psyop or jorbiter. Why did you just say the same word twice, Naomi? Those are the same thing. I don't even think there's a semantic difference. I think jorbiter and psyop mean the exact same thing. Yeah, it's the same image. So we're just, yeah. I want to briefly address this. I'm not going to give this like the time of day. We're just going to briefly address this. Yeah, your cis boyfriend can go to Pride. I don't care. Like, I'm sorry. If Bank of America can be at Pride, so can your cis boyfriend. You all know that Pride is like, at this point, a corporate event. Like, it's a parade, right? Like we're not talking about like this isn't Stonewall. Like, this is a parade. Who cares? Also, like, I don't want to give this. I don't want to engage. Also, y'all do realize that, like, the person's hypothetical, like, cis bi boyfriend, could also be a closeted trans woman. You don't know that. And it still may not be safe for them to be, like, out and proud at Pride. But they may still want to go. I literally avoided going to Pride until like a year and a half after I started transitioning, because I was closeted and didn't think that I should be there because of shit like this. Like, they can also be prior pain, but that is the thread, Matt Hermit. That is the thread of this entire segment here, is that we're talking about biphobia, because I actually think that this tweet is based in internalized biphobia. I'm not even sure if I can call it internalized. I think it might just be biphobia. Like, yeah, it's purity testing people's sexuality, but also, like, can we stop gatekeeping in the queer community? Can we just stop? Like, you are entirely correct. The tweet is so close to rhetoric about women's only spaces. Yeah, no, it's literally like if you just change the framing, it would just be TERF rhetoric. I know a mostly closeted NB person that doesn't go because of stuff like this. Yeah, like, I didn't go for years because I felt like, because of shit like this, because of people telling me that I wasn't welcome there, even though I was closeted as shit. And like, how many eggs could have cracked sooner if we stopped telling people that their bi boyfriends can't come to Pride? I'm glad you said that, Netspace. We're gonna get into that. At least 900 eggs. Starm, they literally do make the argument that allies don't belong at Pride. It's just segregation rhetoric, by the way. Like, this is one step away from, like, segregation of queer and cis people. Queer and cis straight people. Yeah, separate but equal Pride. That's the solution. Separate but don't clip that out of context, please. But let's move on. Let's move to the next one, because I don't want to give the impression that this should be taken all that seriously. The other one that I wanted to talk about is this one, because I had a little bit of a Twitter spat a few weeks ago over this article. I interviewed people about their experiences with the pansexual label. This was published in March 9th, 2021. I don't know why it became relevant today, but it did. We're not reading the article. Actually, I'm going to read one part of the article, but we're not reading the article because, again, I don't want this person to get the impression that I think that their words are serious enough to actually give them any credibility by like owning them in the marketplace of ideas directly. So let me paint the story. I had this little bit of a Twitter spat with somebody because this article was shared, and the tweet surrounding it seemed to me to be implying that to be pan is to be biphobic. And I don't know if I need to explain why that is not correct. But I can. We'll get into it. And I obviously did not take to this framing well. For full disclosure, I am pansexual. So I will admit to coming from a bit of a bias there as somebody who is pan. I might, be a little bit defensive when it comes to people making claims about my own identity. But, Oh, it's actually worse than the pan lesbian discourse all over again, Christy. It's actually worse. Hide the cookware of Saige ever visits the house. True. So I want to open up with this because I saw this being shared, and I obviously did not like the framing that being pan is to be biphobic, like inherently. And the argument that I had over this on Twitter was whether or not that's what the article was saying. Both of us didn't actually read the article because after this whole thing ended, I actually opened up the article that you see before us. This one right here. I would like to read the first line. Despite the plethora of evidence suggesting otherwise, quite a few people continue to argue that the pansexual label has not harmed people or interfered with other identities, or that even if it has in the past, it's largely behind us now. Now, I understand that the second sentence does say, I'm not arguing that the label is inherently perilous, especially since it has multiple contexts unrelated to sexual orientation. The aforementioned insistence is simply false. But then I actually did read the rest of the article, and it actually does just that. I'm not going to get this article legitimacy by reading the whole thing. You can read it if you want to. It's perfectly fine. Correct. They are implying it. Now, would you like to know what their evidence is of this, by the way? The evidence is that they talked to a bunch of 18-year-old trans women who said that they were pressured by a cis pansexual person into being pan because it was bad to be lesbian or something. I don't know. Fuck. Okay, because I'm about to go on the defense of bisexuals. In a second because of the other part of the segment that I want to do. I'm about to go on the defense of bisexuals, but before I do, I fucking need salty bisexuals who are mad at pansexual people to fucking stop, because it really, really does make me want to just be biphobic for a second as a treat, because I feel like I'm owed it after reading that sentence. That said, we have to talk about the bipan discourse. Because all of this hinges on, spicy sage. We're getting, we're getting into it. We're getting a little bit of the spicy sage tonight, because fuck you, that's why. So all of this hinges on a long-running discussion over the definition of bisexual and the definition of pansexual and the utility of those definitions and how people experience their sexuality. Now, I do not want to make the claim that there are not shitty pansexual people that treat bi people as the lesser multiple gender fucker. There absolutely are. And I also don't want to make the claim that there aren't pansexual people that have like misconceptions about bisexuals, because there is a misconception about like what it means to be bisexual. Because people do believe that bi people won't be attracted to trans people or non-binary people or yada yada yada. But that said, I feel like this gets blown out of proportion. And as was hinted a second ago in chat, I also think this one is a psyop. Like, I legitimately believe that this is just a distraction. Because I don't know if I even like know a person that knows a person that knows a person that knows a person. I don't know if like I can find like a connection like 14 like people down on the connection list that knows anyone who fits this description. And the fact is, I'm going to take a pretty like specific stance on this. There is a meaningful distinction between bisexual and pansexual, like as a label and as a definition. I do believe that. There is a meaningful distinction between these terms. Bisexuality being kind of more like an umbrella term, because to me, I see like pansexual and other labels as kind of being more specific in that realm. However, that's just kind of like the way I look at things. It doesn't really matter if it is. The point is that bi and pan do mean different things. And people are going to get mad at me for this, for saying this. But there is a difference. There is a distinction. And I'm not like saying that a bisexual person can't date like non-binary people or won't date trans people or whatever. But people hear that there's the distinction between bi and pan, and they think that's what we're saying. And what I'm saying is, the definition of bisexual is somebody who is attracted to more than one gender. And the definition of pansexual is somebody who is attracted to all genders, and gender doesn't really play a role in the attraction. And I think there is a distinction between those two things. Because to me, there is something about the gender that matters in the definition of bisexual. Like, even if it like only matters a little bit, it can matter to a degree, but it still matters. And that's where the distinction lies. And I'm just going to say this. Like, you can say that I'm being invalidating, but if you're somebody who like, you can say that I'm being invalidating, but if like you're the type of I know people who are like this, and I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like I will see people who will be like, they will just tell me that their sexuality is that they really don't care about gender that much, and they're just attracted to people based on like vibes and aesthetic, and just like they're just kind of attracted just based on the person, like arts not parts, and then they will call themselves bisexual. Honey, you're pan. I like now. I'm going to temper that by saying that I am the type of person. I said earlier, I'm pan, right? I'm pansexual. Depending on the space that I'm in, I might use the word bisexual. Like if it's easier to just use that, depending on like the type of people around. However, there is a layer to which like that only goes so far. Like if I'm in a room that is sufficiently anti-queer friendly, it actually doesn't matter if I say bi or pan because they're still going to probably want me dead anyway. So at that point, like I don't care. But like if I'm talking to somebody who like might still be learning some shit, like I might use the word bisexual as shorthand. And I think that's fine. There is a meaningful distinction between the two terms though. I use pan because I can't pinpoint exactly what attracts me to a person, so I feel pan fits me better. I mean, I think that's valid. I think that like probably fits within the definition of pan. And if like these things are fluid, by the way, like it could be like there is a possibility you could like figure that out and like figure out what causes your attraction, and then maybe your label shifts. Like that's fine. There's no harm, no foul, by the way. Like I'm not going to be mad if somebody identifies as pan and then later doesn't identify as pan because like something shifts and like they find a definition that just like makes them like feels better to them. Like it's fine. It really is. Now, with that said, with the bi versus pan conflict, as it were, the psyop here, being addressed, I do want to go over the flip side of this because I am about to defend bisexuals because we are gonna talk about straight passing discourse. I'm sorry. I hate to do it to you. I had to go through it, but so I'm making it all your problem too. We have to do straight passing discourse. I'm not doing I'm not doing like passing discourse for trans people beyond how it's going to relate to this. But we do have to do straight passing discourse for bi people. Yeah, passing discourse bisexuality edition. So a lot of people keep doing the bi people have privilege thing because they can be in a straight relationship and pass as straight. And I'm just going so I okay. I'm being a little facetious. Let me steelman the argument, okay? I'm gonna steelman the argument. We're going to make sure that we're actually engaging with this, okay, fairly, so nobody can say that like I'm not, being fair. So the argument would be that bisexual people, and by extension pansexual people as well, have a level of privilege within the queer community that other members of the queer community do not have, because if push comes to shove, it is possible for them to basically be in a straight relationship and pass as straight. And in doing so, they shield themselves from the effects of homophobia. That is basically the argument. Now, there is a reason why I disagree with this argument. What's their definition of a straight relationship, though? It actually really doesn't matter. It actually really doesn't matter. And the reason why is, I'm sorry to break it to you all, Every member of the queer community is capable of doing this. All of us are. If you break it down enough, like passing discourse can go to every single member of the queer community. Because a gay person can just stop dating men. Like, the fact of the matter is you're not dating everyone all the time. Nobody is always in a relationship. Every member of the queer community is able to pass because they can just closet themselves. Like, a trans person can stop transitioning, or if a trans person who's like fully transitioned is like passes for cis enough, like they could just be in a straight relationship or not date anyone. The crazy thing is that gay men and lesbians have often done this. Yeah. If you're like trans and closeted and you've not transitioned, you can be cis passing. If you're like poly, you can just stop dating multiple people. If you're like bi or pan, you can date the opposite sex and be in a straight relationship or stop dating people. If you're a lesbian, like everyone can do this. This is not a unique superpower of bi and pan people. Okay, so let's be fair, okay? I know what the rebuttal would be, right? It's not that no one is capable of doing this, but that bi and pan people have a unique ability to still engage with their sexuality in a way that doesn't violate their ability to engage with it safely, that gay men and lesbians don't have. You know, a gay man and a lesbian could get into a relationship with a member of the opposite sex in order to make it, in order to shield themselves so that way they don't face as much homophobia, but it still is them engaging in their sexuality in a way that is antithetical to what their sexuality actually is. It is active harm. Whereas a bisexual and pansexual, because they have more options, due to their level of attraction, don't have that problem. And as much as I want to half concede that point, I can only half concede because it's technically correct. It's technically correct, but it's not actually correct. And this is where my main argument, this is where my main thesis for this is going to come in. Closeting yourself is not a privilege. It is, in fact, a function of homophobia and transphobia. It is actually a function of marginalization to have to hide yourself in order to remain safely on this planet. Like that is why I disagree with this take. It's not because it is like incorrect in like the technical way. Obviously, as a pansexual person, I could just be in a relationship with a man. I could have one partner, and then I could shield myself from whatever. But having to do that, being put in the position of doing that, is not a privilege. It's actually a function of the marginalization at work. And this is why passing discourse is always so fucking infuriating, because when you take this to its like extreme to other parts of the queer community, take trans people, for instance. Let's use me as an example. People tell me that I pass, so I'm just going to be a little bit like self-aggrandizing here and just assume that I pass. People tell me that I pass. And, as I've talked about right now, like before, I've had bottom surgery. I just recently had FFS. Uh, top surgery will be a thing eventually. Um, you know, I, as far as like my gender presentation, I fall pretty femme as far as like on that like edge of the spectrum. And so to some level, right, there is that function of like I pass, right? So do I experience the same level or the same like the same issues of transphobia as say somebody who passes less than me? Yes and no. It depends. It depends on where you're at. I've told this story before, but the area in which I live in is a fairly like very very like red area, um and like very very not trans friendly. And the more like liberal area around me that I often visit has the more liberal area that I often visit has a lot more visible of a trans community, right? And so I have noticed a phenomenon where I actually get more more misgendering and transphobia in the liberal city than I do in the really red area. Now, why do you think that is? My pet theory with it is because of visibility. Like the area that I live in, the state that I live in is not friendly to trans people. So people who are in the vicinity of a more visible trans community are going to be able to tell a lot more. They're going to be able to engage in transphobia correctly, in the sense of like targeting somebody who's trans more often. I pass better where I'm at, is what I'm getting at. But there's also the aspect that like just because I pass, I can go to the grocery store and maybe I get treated like a woman, right? Um, if my state bans trans healthcare, I'm still fucked. Like I didn't win at transitioning just because I got bottom surgery. I still deal with things where like institutional transphobia still affects me. So no amount of passing is going to actually solve that. Thank you so much, love, for the 5 gifted subs. That's very sweet of you. Am I making sense to everyone? Like I need to make this clear, right? I need to make this clear. As much as I get where people are coming from on this, the straight passing discourse to me falls on its face because it fails to acknowledge how how institutional the marginalization of the queer community is. Yeah, exactly, Storm. So to recap, just to kind of like recap and cap this segment off. Um, should kink be at Pride? Who cares? Um, are pan people inherently biphobic? Fuck off. Is there a meaningful distinction between bi and pan? Yes. And also fuck off with the straight passing discourse. All of it can go in a fire. That's my recap. So anyway, yeah, I don't really have much more to add. I think this is a good place to end the segment. Yeah. We'll see y'all in the next one. Let's go. Say the line, Saige. Go team. Let's fucking go. All right, you ready? Let's have a palate cleanser. Let's have a palate cleanser before we continue. Because we've done a lot of discourse today, let's have a bit of a palate cleanser and take a little bit of a break. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream and you want to help things, help me out, consider donating or becoming a channel member or a patron on Patreon. There are links that should pop up occasionally. Being real with you, as far as this isn't part of like the surgery discussion, but like being real with you, the donations really do help. I part of like having had surgery, I've basically been raising money in my on GoFundMe to help with gender affirming procedures, and I'm really grateful to everyone who has donated to that, by the way. I at this point, after all has been said and done, now they have not processed my FFS yet, but and they haven't fully processed my bottom surgery. Like I still don't know what my final like portion of the cost is going to be. Just yet. But they have not processed my FFS through. So this number will likely get bigger, but to what degree I don't know yet. So far I'm already about $1,000 in debt for my surgeries. And yeah, like the donations really do help because all of it is basically going to paying off that debt and to further paying off the medical debt that I had with my puppy back in December. Which we've almost hit that point, by the way. Everyone who has been donating on Ko-Fi for the last few months, thank you so much, because that has been like basically helping pay that off, and I do deeply appreciate it. But yeah, if you like the stream, consider supporting, because that's kind of what things are going to right now. Is just paying off mine and my dog's medical debt. Happy she's doing better. Yeah, she's doing better. Doing too good. It's actually being annoying. Being annoying about it. We do love our pupper. That's true. What about the kittens? Willow is doing really good too. Sassy as ever. She's my dilation buddy. I do try to see if so Petra has to be created right now because she's been like a little destructive lately. So we're trying to work with her on that behavior. Typically I do try to like have her out at night. And if she wants, she can, sleep in here with me. And that's fine. Like that would be my preference. Like eventually I would prefer like for her to just be able to be out and you know, sleep in the bedroom and everything like that. Willow is also like she typically just comes in here whenever she wants. And so like most of the time she's just sitting up by the top of the bed with me while I dilate and just getting scritches. Because her favorite spot is just like the corner back there. And it's every single time I go to dilate too. Every time. She's always there. She is very cute. Best thing that came out of my divorce. I mean, besides the divorce, like that was a pretty good part of it. All right, let's get into the palette cleanser segment. So if you were around a little bit ago, I actually already did this segment kind of about a month ago. But the issue is, it took a while to actually do anything with it, and I really wanted to kind of like refine it. I think what I might do is I may take the footage from that original segment and kind of tack it onto this, kind of like here's the May part of the post surgery update, and then here's the June part of the post surgery update. So we'll see. However the editors choose to do it, I think that would be a pretty good idea. Just this can function as an intro, I guess. So yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about my my surgery. So this is kind of like a take 2 of that. But because I also had another surgery. For those of you who don't know, I am a trans woman, obviously. I recently underwent bottom surgery, and I recently had FFS. I'm actually going to be having a second round of FFS. The surgery that I just had is actually only part of it because there are other things that I want to do, but I just didn't have time to be able to get all of it scheduled. And some of what they were going to do, it was just better to do with the other parts, and we'll get into that. But I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about it and just kind of go over like my experience and like how I'm doing, and hopefully like the idea with this is that if you are somebody, like if you are a like a trans femme that is considering bottom surgery or FFS or something, and like maybe you don't know exactly what you want to do, or it's something that like you may not have like a lot of information or something like that. I want to give kind of a positive thing for people to kind of like reference. And I realize that I'm not like a doctor, and I'm not like, I'm not. I'm going to stress this is not me giving medical advice. This is not me like yada yada yada. This is me talking about my personal experience and just kind of like giving stuff, giving information out there so that people can make those decisions for themselves. Because I know that like there are people who are going to want to hear from others before they kind of make that call. So we'll start with bottom surgery, because that one was kind of like the major one. So I recently had bottom surgery. I had it in April. Went April 25th. So it has been almost exactly a month, or almost exactly 2 months since my bottom surgery. I actually just last week had my my most recent post-op. There's another one that I will be having pretty soon, but like I'm not going to have another post-op for a while, so this is sort of kind of like the how it's going type thing. As far as like my recovery, things have been going really well. My doctor basically told me that I've been like healing kind of ahead of schedule, like better than they expected. Um, Everything is like there's like basically like 1 square inch near the opening of my vaginal canal that is still kind of like raw and inflamed and still healing. The rest of it is pretty well there, which is really cool. They usually expect that to take a little bit longer. There's still a little bit of swelling, and that is also something that is totally expected. But as far as like how everything is, like everything has been wonderful since going in. I never really did talk about like my experience with my dysphoria and stuff like that. I had a pretty similar experience with my girlfriend as far as like how my dysphoria manifests, because when I first realized that I was trans, I really didn't have a lot of dysphoria over my genitalia at all. Um, and it was something that like looking back, there was always this part of me that never really felt that connected to that like part of my body. But I didn't really feel so much like gender dysphoria over it initially. Um, and then as I started transitioning, like socially and medically, something shifted. Something that kind of happens when you start taking hormones is a lot of things can shift as you go, because it turns out that it turns out that your feelings about yourself can change depending on how your body actually is. So as my body started changing, like there were a lot of things that just started feeling different. Um, so where I didn't used to feel a lot of like bottom dysphoria, over time that kind of grew. Like I became a lot more comfortable in my own skin. Like literally though. My things that happened like when I started transitioning, like my hair started growing a little bit more, my skin was softer. Um, I started growing tits, and my like as I was losing weight like while I was initially transitioning, so a lot of that fat distribution like kicked in. And so that's why I kind of have like more of like a feminine figure. Um which is really nice. And like I started becoming a lot more comfortable with my body, and then there was this thing that just kept being there. And the more that I like thought about it, and the more that I like engaged, um it just didn't feel right anymore. Like it didn't feel like it belonged, and I didn't feel like I really wanted it. Something that started out kind of being this like thing that I vaguely didn't feel a lot of connection to at at like best, and then at worst really didn't have much dysphoria over. Eventually I just did, and it started becoming like no, I actually did start feeling a lot of dysphoria. Um and so I sought bottom surgery. That was solution. I recognized that like having a vagina actually like felt more comfortable in theory. It was something that I like thinking about my body. It just made sense for me. Um, and so I went uh went and did it finally. Um, and I want to say that like with all of that said, this has been the best decision that I've ever made. I cannot tell you how happy I actually am with the results. Um, Now that's not to say that everything is like perfect, right? Like I said, there's still some parts that's healing. There's still some swelling. Like it doesn't look fully like what it's going to. Um, and sometimes that's like a little rough. It's like a thing that I have to overcome. But it is something that will change. And the cool thing is like my surgeon is like really fucking good. To the point that if there is like something that just doesn't look right, it's not that difficult to actually like do any kind of revision if it's needed. And something also at this last appointment, they're actually submitting some pre-authorization for doing something like that because I've talked in the past about like my weight loss, and part of that is that I have like a lot of like excess skin around my body, and that includes that area. So there is a lot of like excess skin down there, and that means that it's not going to look necessarily like I want it to, just because of how my body is. And so that's something that we're actually going to be correcting, like removing some of that skin. And in spite of all of those things, the parts that are hard, and I won't front, recovery is difficult. Um, it's not like it is certainly not like the hardest thing in the world. It is difficult. To this day, it's 2 months later, I still get fucking tired doing just normal things. I still don't have like a lot of energy. I still get tired really quickly. Um, that is just a thing that you deal with for a while. Um, and that's like without doing 2 surgeries in a row. Um, because I also just had FFS, so like add that on top. Um, recovery is difficult. It's not like easy. Um, the first 5 days I was in the hospital, um, basically just like doing nothing. I was bored more than anything. But they want you to walk around a lot. So it's like it's really difficult because like for the first 5 days I'm like basically wearing a tape diaper, and I've got a wound vac and a catheter, and they still want me to like walk around. And walking around is difficult. Like really difficult. But you also like once they finally take all of that out, and then you can finally like move with like some semblance of like freedom. um it's still not easy because like you can't sit for too long, you can't lay down for too long, you can't walk around for too long, you can't stand for too long. Like basically if you do anything for too long you just get tired, and that's not really like fun. it just is a thing though. Um, so I'm not trying to like, I'm not trying to oversell this, by the way. I just want people to understand that like this is not like like an easy recovery, but it's not a difficult one either. Or it's not like a super 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 difficult one either. It's just like there are aspects of it that are rough. Um, I wasn't really in a lot of pain. I'll be real with you. They actually, so when I got out of recovery and was finally in my room, initially they gave me a pain pump with narcotics, and I think I used it one time, maybe twice. They actually like took it away from me like earlier than they usually do because I wasn't using it because I just wasn't in pain. Um, I actually didn't really feel much of anything for a long time. Um, there's still like part of it that like I still don't have like a ton of feeling around, particularly the outside. Um, so some basic information. So I'm going to be oversharing a little bit, but it's, you know, for informational purposes. Um, so as far as like the actual healing went, um, after a couple of weeks, like after like 2 or 3 weeks, things started like looking less rough. After about 6 weeks, it actually like it really didn't like the stitches, the stitches and sutures and everything like mostly dissolved, so everything like looked fine. Again, still a lot of swelling. Um, it was relatively quickly that I could reach orgasm again. Like my doctor told me that the average for people is like 1.5 to 3 months to be able to reach orgasm again after surgery. Took me 20 days, maybe. And that's only because like I just didn't try until then. Probably would have taken me less time if I'd actually tried. Um, as far as like feeling, um, there's still parts that are still numb, but mostly like for a while it just kind of felt like a for a while it just kind of felt like a really intense tuck, and now I don't even notice it. It just feels like it's always been there. Um, and yeah, that's basically how it's been. Um, the timeline that I was given, at least, and this is dependent on like my particular type of surgery. There are multiple different types of bottom surgery. The one that I went through is hybrid peritoneal pull through penile inversion robot assisted. All of those words are in the title. I don't think that's the correct order that they should be in, but that is what I went through. Um, and so the timeline for me um, has been basically like just a lot of dilation. You dilate for 4 times a day for like the first 6 weeks. So like if you want to be on a rigid schedule, like your ass is getting up at like 5 a.m. But you dilate 4 times a day for the first 6 weeks, and then as long as like you're doing good, you can drop down to 3, and then after a few weeks you can drop down to 2, and you do that for the majority of like the next year, and then you can go down to 1, and then eventually you'll get down to the point where you can get away with dilating like once or between 1 to 3 to 4 times a week if you want. Um, and a lot of it depends on like if you're having sex regularly, because that does count as dilation. Um, kind of. I, as far as like how like my recovery like timeline has been. Basic surgery stuff for the first 6 weeks, like just take it easy. A lot of like they want you to walk around, they want you to like get exercise because it's important to continue exercising. But not like strenuous exercise, just like walking around. But like don't be lifting a bunch of stuff, don't be like bending too much, that kind of thing. And then, after 3 months, you're generally cleared to have sex again. Um, After the 6 weeks, you can swim. Um, like you're considered fully healed, I think, around 9 months. So like, yeah, like but by that point, like it really just feels normal, feels natural. Like there really isn't much to say on that. Like my experience has been really good. And then kind of going into the next part of it, I had FFS on June 6th. So a little over 2 weeks ago. That's why I'm wearing the cute ass headband today. So I actually am going to be doing at least 2 rounds of FFS. The first one was this one. And all they did for me this round was just my forehead. And so what they did for me was they removed the forehead bump. I'm gonna probably have like the editor show a comparison photo of like me on stream before, where like you can kind of see the forehead bump, and then compared to now where it's gone. My forehead is a lot like smoother. And you get that like bump right there. It's more commonly associated with people who are assigned male at birth, because that's kind of like the effect that testosterone has on the like skull. Sometimes it varies. It really heavily varies, but it's like a common thing. Typically, now this is the cool part. Typically they would like sand down that part to remove it. Funny thing that my skull is actually too thin to do that. um so I actually have a metal plate in my head. Um I believe it's titanium. Which is cool. I'm already going the cyberpunk route. Getting the implants and body mods. Um, what they also did was, now we know you don't have a thick skull. Yeah. Um, they also lowered my hairline a little bit, which that part still looks a little bit rough. That's what the headband is for. I do have to I have to put like ointment and shit on the incisions. So that's part of it, but like the headband is also because like still visible incisions. Um, but they lowered my hairline a little bit. It's not like perfect, and it's not going to like completely fix everything. I wasn't expecting that. Like I still have like partially like a receding hairline. And that's not going to change. Like there's not a lot they can do with like the sides of my hair or anything like that. But it does like mean that my hair is a little bit like further up, which is nice. It does help with dysphoria. Like obviously it's not great seeing like the incision, because it's not like fun to look at right now. But when I saw my head after I finally like got home and got like the head wrap and bandages and stuff off, like I had like a really big wave of like euphoria. Because it actually does look pretty good. Um, there'll probably be a little bit of hair loss around the incisions. That's normal. So that'll just like eventually have to grow back a little bit. And there's still like, I'm still in the process of getting everything like cleaned properly because like your hair is just oily for a while. And there's obviously like dried blood and shit that gets in your hair, and like you have to get that washed out. And it does like take a while because you can't use like normal shampoo because they really don't want you to, because it's just too harsh on your scalp. At least being out of surgery. But that aside, like everything's been fine. Also, to talk about a little bit like my recovery with that. So funny enough, I actually had a like more of a reaction to like anesthesia for FFS than I did for bottom surgery. I took a lot longer to wake up, uh, like than people usually do. I don't think like actually I didn't take like a lot longer, but I took longer. Um, I also had like a bit of a reaction to the anesthesia. Not like a bad one, but just a little bit of an adverse one. Um, I've been under anesthesia before, so it could just be a fluke. Um, like these things happen. As far as like recovering, I again really wasn't in a whole lot of pain. I've been in more pain with FFS than I was with bottom surgery. I part of that is I also like get migraines, so like I'm sure that the fact that I literally just had surgery on my head is probably like um gonna interact with that. But like I've had more like headaches. Like my pain has been more noticeable this time than with bottom surgery, but still not a lot. They gave me like narcotics, like they sent me home with narcotics. I have not used them. Um, like they're there if I need them, but like I've not needed them. I've barely like they gave me Tylenol the entire time I was in the hospital. I was only in the hospital for like I was there overnight. They kept me overnight to observe. Um, but like they gave me Tylenol the entire time because that's all I needed, and that's what I've just been taking. Like I have not been in too much pain, and like ice has helped a lot at keeping things like keeping the swelling down and just keeping like the pain in check. Like has been good. Um, yeah, I to be honest, like I'm talking having trouble like detailing a lot of like stuff because it's very straightforward and I've had a very like good experience. Um, so as far as like what to expect there, um, I guess just be prepared for anesthesia. You may have pain, you may not. Like my case, I will admit I have like a higher tolerance for pain than a lot of people, so some people might feel more pain than I did. But I really didn't feel a lot. Um, I will be going in for more. There are more surgeries that I'll be doing. I will be getting top surgery eventually. Um, I'm also going to be doing more FFS, but I just didn't do all of it this time. I will be doing like a rhinoplasty, just to give myself a little bit like cuter of a nose. But also I have a deviated septum, and they were gonna fix that anyway. And since I wanted to do the rhinoplasty, they just skipped it, and we're just gonna do it all together. Um, I will probably also get a lip lift. Um, may or may not get fillings. I'm still deciding on that. They offered it. I don't necessarily know that I want it. I'm considering it, but I might. So that's on the horizon too. Um, and part of what they did with my face surgery, by the way, is they also did lift my eyebrows. That was just like part of it. So I can't really like move my eyebrows that much right now. That will eventually get better, but so if it looks like I am having like the same facial expression, that's why. Part of me wants to get top surgery because I wish my chest was bigger. Mine actually, I for me, it's less of like wanting a bigger chest and wanting just like a more proportional chest. just like proportional to like my chest size. Um, that's kind of all I want. I don't need like giant fucking like in the way tits. um, but yeah, I yeah, that's pretty much been my surgery journey so far. And I figure what I want to do is maybe maybe at that like 9 month mark, after it's been 9 months and I'm like considered fully healed from bottom surgery, kind of do like another check-in and just kind of talk about it. But to kind of like briefly, you know, briefly kind of wrap this up. If you are somebody who is thinking about getting bottom surgery, I'm not going to push you one way or the other. It is a personal decision. There's nothing wrong with not getting it. But if we're having if you're watching this video, chances are it's something that you're considering. And I'm guessing that there's a reason for that. If it's social pressure, get that out of your head. You're valid as a woman, whether you have a penis or a vagina, it's fine. But if there's dysphoria there and you're considering it, my advice is to at least go to the consult. At least talk to a doctor. There are some really good ones out there. Um, my I'm a little bit biased because it's what I went through, but I really think that the version of bottom surgery that I've gone through is like really fucking good. It's kind of like the best one that I've seen, because like you get the best of all of it. Um, if you're considering it, this is sort of like just my personal experience. Um, and I hope that you get something out of this, of me kind of like talking about it. Um, just go in remembering that like recovery will always be difficult regardless of any surgery that you go through. This is no different. It's not any worse than any other surgery. It's still a major surgery. There are risks involved. But the risks that I think, at least in my case, I believe are way more outweighed by the benefits. I've been very happy with my results. I think everything looks really good. Um, function wise has been fine. Like it's been great. Like it just it it's weird because it's only been 2 months and I already have trouble like remembering what life was like before. That's how it feels. And I would not go back for a second. Wouldn't change anything. I hope that you get something out of this, and I hope that if you're considering and maybe you've got a consult lined up, go to your consult, talk to your doctor. Um, ask all the questions. But I think that if you're considering it and it's something that you have a lot of dysphoria over, I really do think you'd be happy with it if you go through. Because I genuinely, everyone that I know and have had like some vague connection who's gone through this, at least, especially with the fact, like the doctor that I went through and the hospital that I went through, like I've not heard bad things. Um, yeah, that's pretty much what I've got to say. I genuinely hope you all got something out of this. We'll do like another check-in later on, like just to kind of give another post-surgery update. But yeah, um, thank you all so much, and I'll see you next time. Go team! Thank you, Storm. All right. Got a couple more things to go through. We're back into the discourse. You thought we could escape Pride Month discourse. You were wrong. Good night, Twisty. All right, well, this discourse, funny enough, is I don't exactly I don't want to say that like was started by us. But it certainly was like our discourse to have posted and engaged in. So let's just do it. Are you ready for the poly discourse? I might consult you personally about gender care stuff. Yeah, reach out. I would love to help you navigate stuff. You ready for the poly discourse? All right. Poly discourse, I know. Well, see, here's the thing. It's our poly discourse. So there's two distinct sides to this. That like it's one discourse, but there are two distinct like halves to it, and I'm going to treat them as such. So it's like interconnected, but two things. Okay, let's just do it. So obviously it's Pride Month, and Pride Month is a month that is not about actually celebrating Pride, but about queers fighting on Twitter. That's what I've learned over the years. And no Pride Month would be complete without some poly discourse. And this time, yours truly, and my lovely partners, dipped our toes in the discourse water a little bit with this one. But to be fair, we are cooking. So let's take a look. So we'll start with where this with the first half of this. Yeah, the discourse arena. So my lovely partners, this tweet, we'll start here. It's so weird to see my ex's definition of poly. Everyone must get along. Everyone must be connected. Fuck that. My only care for metas is that my partners care about them. Beyond that, they are strangers and not people I am choosing. Fuck this forced kitchen table poly shit. This is no different than your partner's friends. If I don't get along with them, why force it? I do not have to be friends with people I do not choose. Just like I don't have to interact with a partner's family, metas are the same. You are not obligated to be of a romantic partner's relationships. No, this does not mean isolating people is okay, fuck off. But unless that is something your lover is forcing, there is no reason to assume you must interact or get along with anyone. You are choosing the relationship with that person, and I believe that forced integration with others can lead to harm, as did with me and No's awful partner Amy. So this was Poppy's part of the discourse, and then we'll go ahead and we'll get into mine in a second. But I want to start with this. So there was some discussion here. We had, I prefer my partners to at least meet as kind of an integrity thing, assuring both parties this is consensual and not cheating, but beyond that, they're their own people. I'm not forcing shit. Poppy says not okay in my mind. one, all parties should trust your word. Two, why should I meet them? What possible benefit is that to me other than a panic attack? I don't know what this tweet said. I didn't get a screenshot before it was deleted, but I get the feeling that this is why I'm seeing locks in the user. And no, we're locked down for a completely different reason. This was like, I think, I mean, it was tweeted before we locked down, but like not too long before. So let's get into this. Let's get into this. The discourse this time is, do you need to be forcing your metas to interact with people, to interact with each other? Like, is it a red flag if you don't get along with your metas? So here's my perspective. I'm going to be honest with you. To be honest, I don't care. Everything is a red flag. I mean that literally. Like, everything is a red flag, because red flags are warning signs of things to be cautious about. It does not necessarily mean that like there is something wrong with a person. If I don't get along with somebody, is it a red flag? Yeah, I guess kinda. You can figure out, like, you can try to understand like why somebody doesn't get along. But I have no obligation. If it's not entirely like clear, I do completely agree with Poppy's perspective here. I have no obligation to meet my metas, or to engage with them, or to like be friends with them, or to want to have any kind of relationship with them. There is no obligation there. I should not have to. If that is something like, the fundamental thing here is that, and people didn't like this take because people confuse desire with a requirement, with like a deal breaker. And that's fine. Like, if you can't be in a relationship with somebody because they don't want to meet your family, that's all well and good. That's not a problem with the other person. That's a you problem. To be perfectly frank. Like, here's the fun thing, okay? So I'm just gonna like, here's my example, right? So obviously, I'm taking this perspective on somebody, as somebody who has been on like both sides of this. I do not have very good track record with my metamors. All of them, with one exception, have turned out to like be not great. If you know, you know. So there's some like trauma there. And I'm not going to sit here and acknowledge, or I'm not going to sit here and ignore the fact that there's like some trauma informing my desire to not like necessarily be around my metas. But I have had it work out. I did not start dating Xena and Poppy at the same time. I started dating Poppy first. And Xena and I became fairly close. And things just happened. And that's great. I'm open to that being the case for anyone. Like, if I had like another partner, like let's say a third one outside of Xena and Poppy, right? I have a hypothetical third partner, and like they have, you know, their other partner, and I meet them or whatever, and like we become close or something like that. And now I have a fourth partner. I'm open to that being a thing. It's just not something I want like by default, and not something I think I should be compelled to have forced on me. Like, at all. Now, Why do I have this perspective? Well, I'll get into it. This is where I added my bit to it. So we'll look at my part of the thread, because I think I did just like say it well enough in this that I don't necessarily need to I'm comfortable just kind of like reading it out, but I'll explain as I go along. So, to add to this, while I don't think there's anything wrong with integration conceptually, if everyone wants it, have fun, the expectation of it, I think, is built off of a really toxic overcorrection of societal stigma. So, let me explain. And I know I'm going to do that in the rest of the thread anyway, but like, let me explain. If you've been around since the beginning part of this stream, you know, I mentioned something about earlier about like in the mental health community, people like trying to overcorrect for societal stigma by trying to sell things in a more positive light than they really should be. And I think the poly community really fucking does that a lot. I think like the poly community really tries to sell polyamory as like the solution to like relationships. And I think the poly community really does try to oversell as if we have everything figured out, and as if like jealousy isn't a thing, and like everyone gets along, and anyone who's poly, they just want to have like a big compound with like 18 people living in a house together, and everyone's dating everyone, and they all share the same bed, and just like there's no problems and everything's perfect. And that's not realistic. And it's also, I think, not even ideal. Now, if that's what you want, if you want to have your compound of like you and your 18 fucking partners and all of their partners, and everyone lives in the same fucking house, and like everyone's getting along, and like you can manage that, okay, fine, go for it. Go get your fucking like thing in like North Dakota or whatever, and just like build your fucking like commune. I don't care. But that's not like what poly is, like default. And I also don't think it's like ideal. Like I think an ideal scenario is what it is on the tin, that people fucking are able to develop like deep and meaningful relationships with multiple people at once. And that doesn't mean that like everything's going to be perfect. Like people get into fights. Like relationships have conflict. And that's going to be the case not just with like the people in a relationship, but also like with like metamors. Like the expectation that metamors need to get along, I think, is part of like this trying to oversell some sanitized version of poly, because we want to overcorrect for the fact that people think that everyone is a degenerate that is like polyamorous. And I think that that's not good. I think it's actually better if we're more honest about what poly is. It is complex, and it is messy sometimes, and sometimes people get jealous, and sometimes like people fight, and there are conflict with metamors and conflicts with partners, and like that's okay. It's fine that that happens. It doesn't make like it a worse relationship style just because there are like flaws in it. This shit happens with monogamous people too, and we don't have to like overcorrect just because of that. Like, do you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, we don't have to oversell being poly as like perfect in order to erase stigma. It's fine to sell poly for what it is. And also, stop forcing your metamors to interact with each other if they don't want to. Like, you wouldn't do this with friends, by the way. And this, like, Actually, no, I shouldn't say that because some of you would. Some of you would. Like there are people who absolutely would, and they'll like, because I've literally seen people say that like it is a red flag if somebody can't get along with their friends. I'm sorry. I am like, they're not my friend. They're your friend. And I've literally like navigated this in the past. Like my ex-spouse had friends that I did not get along with, that I really didn't know that well, and I had really no desire to, because the few times that I like tried to, the vibes were not there. And you know what the solution to that is? The solution to that is that my ex-spouse had friends that I didn't have. And I didn't have to be there all the time, and we're not a package deal. Like they can just they can just, yeah, it really does come across like people like trying to smash action figures together, like like this forced like integration, forced meeting bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, it's toxic. Like, you're the one in the relationship, not me. I don't want to meet your metamors or my metamors. I don't want to meet your partners. I don't want to meet your friends necessarily. Or rather, I shouldn't say I don't want to. It's I shouldn't be forced to. It should be my choice. And if I say, nah, I'm out, okay, that's that then. But yeah, like I just I wanted to tackle that because I think that the idea that we have to sell this like sanitized version of poly where like conflict doesn't exist and like jealousy isn't a thing, and like all metamors all like get along, and you know, have a happy like giant like 14-person family. Like, fuck off. It's way more complicated than that. It doesn't have to be. Like, if that's what you want and like you can accomplish it, fine, cool. I'm supportive of you. It's just that like I don't think that's the ideal or the standard that people should be held to. I think it creates unrealistic standards, and it actually makes it harder for poly to be seen as a realistic like relationship style, because we're trying to overcorrect for the societal stigma. So yeah, that's basically all I've got. We're just gonna cut the segment there. Let's go. All right. So we've been going for about 3 hours. Um, I wanted to do. I wanted to briefly talk about Paper Mario. Um, and then there's also a couple of news things, but I'm thinking I might save the news things for the next stream because it is getting late. We have done like a lot of segments. We can briefly talk about Paper Mario. This might be another thing that could be like a short, depending. But yeah, so let's talk about it. So I know I'm a little late to this one, because this game has already been out for a month. But if you have been living under a rock, Nintendo released a remake, a long-awaited remake, or I guess remaster kind of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. That is actually pretty good. I'll be real, I played it, or part of it anyway. I have been playing it. I got it. I actually never did play the original. I missed out on it. I didn't have a GameCube when I was a kid. Um, I did watch the full Game Grumps playthrough of it back in the day when that was like still going on. One of my favorite series of theirs. Side note. So I have like been exposed to it. I just missed it when it was around. But now the remake is out, and I've had a little bit of fun with it. I really have. It's surprising because I actually don't really have strong feelings on the Mario RPG games that much. Like I've not really been a big Mario and Luigi fan. I've not really been a big Paper Mario fan. I still to this day have not played Super Mario RPG. Um, but it's just like it's not like totally my thing. Um, but I've actually been enjoying it. I've actually been having a pretty good time with it. The reason why we're talking about it, the reason why it became like relevant, because I mean, Nintendo releasing a remake of a game that's 20 years old, that's never been done before. No, the reason why we're talking about this is this. I found this Kotaku article about a character who is what's this? What? Yeah, so if you don't know who the character is, this is Vivian. Um, I'm not going to spoil things for myself because I actually haven't gotten to this point in the game yet, but this is Vivian. And we'll read off this line here from this character. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier. So in the original version of this game, it was actually a little bit ambiguous over the like identity of the character, because Vivian was actually often referred to with male pronouns, like derogatorily, and the game was kind of like back and forth as to whether or not they were like treating Vivian as a cross dresser or if they were treating her as like trans. Um, but now they just went all in and we're just like, no, Vivian is one of us. She's our little T girl, ghosty girl. And I love her. And we're talking about it because people got mad, obviously. It's Twitter. People got real mad. And it's very funny how mad people got. Yeah, Annie, the original Japanese version of the game was like playing a little fast and loose with whether or not she was trans, but the American version like censored it entirely. Um but now Vivian is definitely trans. And so why am I talking about it? Because I as much as I want to just dunk on conservatives being like butthurt over this, the actual reason that I wanted to bring this up was mostly because I wanted to have a little bit of a conversation about representation and just why I think that it's important. I actually think that Vivian being trans is a pretty like important thing for the trans community, and for the reason that like representation is a huge step forward. People don't realize, I think, a lot of the time how important it actually is. I think that like we all kind of intuitively know, but the like I don't think we often like consciously think about it. And for me, I think there is a really big deal. Like it is really big deal that Vivian is trans. And the reason for that is like, for one, it's always good to have more queer characters. Especially because like showing queer characters in a very very like range of like roles um is what amounts to good representation. But also, this is fucking Mario. like like having a trans character in a like, maybe it's not like a mainline Mario game, but it's like a major Mario game, like a major release, a fucking like AAA title on the Nintendo Switch, fucking Mario, and there's a trans character, like that's super important. Like, this is the reason why representation matters is people become like, having exposure to things is what allows people to develop tolerance for certain things. Um, it's a lot harder to be scared of something that you know a little bit about. It's a lot harder to like see something as being like bad if it's normal. And the fact of the matter is, like, the queer community getting more normalization by having more representation in media is doing good. Um, Now it's not everything. Like, obviously we are still dealing with a lot of like shitty laws. We're still dealing with a lot of like fights that we have to go through. But this is a pretty big win for us. Because like, and I know we all hate rainbow capitalism, but the unfortunate reality about rainbow capitalism is the fact that it exists is a net benefit to the queer community, because queer people being seen as like profitable enough to exploit means that we're winning the culture war a little bit. Um, it also means that like we are being more accepted. It's more acceptable to place us in something like fucking Mario. And I think that's really neat. I just think it's like really cool. And I think that this is a really important thing for the trans community. And I apologize that I don't have like a lot of really in-depth um like commentary to go into, because like a lot of this has already been said before, but I just wanted to highlight it because it was, I thought, really really fucking cool. And I think it's in spite of the fact that people like, there were a lot of like people being mad about this on Twitter and people doing the whole like boycott Nintendo thing or whatever, like, conservatives are going to conservative. This is what they do. They are like big fucking dumb babies about everything. But the fact that like, the fact that it is safe enough for Nintendo to include a visibly, and not even just visibly, but like visibly and confirmed and also part of the character's like actual story, like trans character in a fucking Mario game, it kind of shows that we're winning a little bit. And I think that's a good thing. And I think that it's worth celebrating those wins when we can see them. And, you know, reminding ourselves that even amidst all of the like bullshit that we're dealing with, there are still like positive stories out there and stories that inspire a little bit of hope. Someone called this the bare minimum, and on the one hand, I can think of Bridget from Guilty Gear beating Nintendo in that area, but on the other hand, there's something wrong with the bare minimum line. I actually like vehemently disagree with the bare minimum line. Um, and there's a reason for that. The idea that it is the bare minimum to include representation betrays the fact that representation is something that has to be fought for to begin with. Um, it isn't the bare minimum. This is the result of literal decades of hard work of activists. And I actually think it's kind of disrespectful to all of the people that have been fighting for like decades and decades just to get this, to then look at this and be like, ugh, that's just the bare minimum. I think it's actually really fucking disrespectful. Because 30 years ago, our representation was fucking Buffalo Bill. Calm down. Like, I'm not saying that that there aren't like other positive examples of like trans characters that have been in like video games or like other media like years and years ago. And like that's cool. It was like at the time that was considered subversive. And that's what was like great about that, was like the subversiveness was part of the fighting for positive representation. But I think that we like us getting like positive representation in a fucking AAA game by fucking Nintendo. I know I keep saying this, but I need to stress this. The reason why I keep pointing out that this is like fucking Nintendo putting something in a Mario game, it's like imagine it's like seeing a fucking like poly couple in a Mickey Mouse cartoon. Like imagine if Disney released a Mickey Mouse cartoon and there was just like a poly like thruple and it was just like normal and they acknowledged it, but they didn't like draw super attention to it. It was just done in like a really like good way. Like it's cool that there's like the representation, but it's also really important that it's that IP, because Mario is like, I don't know if you know this, but Mario is like the biggest fucking video game franchise. I mean, I guess that's not technically correct. I think that's technically Pokemon or Minecraft, but like Mario is like one of the most recognizable characters ever. And as such, Nintendo is very, very protective of its IP. To the point that I'm actually like concerned that I'm going to get copyright struck just from showing that fucking photo on screen. Um and so like the fact that it's safe for Nintendo to include a like visibly trans character in a Mario game, and not just like a trans character, but a trans character whose transness is important to the character's like arc and story. That's why it's so important. It's like as if they did that with Mickey Mouse. Like Mickey Mouse is a heavily protected IP, including like characters uh including like queer characters in that IP is a big deal because it indicates like a safety there. Yeah, so protective of their IP, they don't want people getting a hold of the games you can't buy anymore. Like, yeah. Like it's so fucking good. But I'm not gonna stick on this forever. Like I wanted to talk about this because I think it's a really good feel good story. I know that like the way that you could talk about it is to like dunk on conservatives that are mad about it, but honestly, like I wanted to look at this from the representation angle, because it's just like I feel like this is really super important and a lot of people miss how important representation is, and how important representation is when it's something this mainstream. Like like never forget that, like, and I'm going to reiterate what I said a second ago, um because like the bare minimum thing like really does like fuck with me. Please remember that this is the culmination of like decades and decades and decades of like fighting for queer rights. And it may seem like a small thing, and it may seem like, well, we have other queer characters, like this is just like why do we care about this? Just remember that like 30 fucking years ago, this would have been a big deal because it would have been subversive. And the fact that this is less subversive now, like, just sit with that and reflect with it, because it, like, I really don't like the like feeling like this isn't as big of a deal, because it's like not. Yeah, like the little things matter. It's extremely important, because like the little things matter, but it's also like I feel like it's disrespectful to all of the people who have like been fighting for 40, 50, 60, 70 years for our rights, to look at something as obviously big of a win as this and then to just shit all over it. Like, no. Sit with it, be grateful, you know, reflect on all of the hard work that went into just something as small as this being such a huge win. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got. We'll see you next time. Let's go. That was a nice segment. I'm actually really proud of that one. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to briefly talk about this because I don't think I can do like a full segment on it. I mean, I might be able to. We want to look more into it, I guess. But I just saw this. I just kind of wanted to like briefly talk about it. Yeah, let's just look at it. Let's just, yeah. Maybe again, this could be a short. So I saw this. Texas doctor charged with taking private patient information on transgender care. Briefly, a Texas doctor who calls himself a whistleblower on transgender care for minors is accused of illegally obtaining private information on patients from the nation's largest pediatric hospital who are not under his care. So basically, like, this fucking guy, okay? This fucking guy logged in to his account at the, what is it? The Texas Children's Hospital in Houston. This fucking guy, and just like stole a bunch of identifying information on patients that he was not caring for, and then gave it to like conservatives, so that they could run a quote unquote like whistleblower thing on the fact that a hospital was providing medical care to children. Yeah, me when I violate HIPAA to own the trans community. Have you ever just like hated trans people so hard you violate HIPAA? And as somebody who has been like, as somebody who has taken certification class to better understand like HIPAA and to be like able to engage, this is like, that's literally what he's doing. Yeah, like he pleaded not guilty. However, he pleaded not guilty to doing anything wrong. He claims he didn't do anything wrong. But what he did do was he did take information from a hospital of public of personally identifiable information of patients and give it to people for the purposes of outing their care. He has publicly identified himself as the person who gave the information about patients at Texas Children's to a conservative activist who published a story that the hospital was providing transgender care for minors in secret. At the time, transgender care for minors was legal in Texas, but the hospital had announced in 2022 that it would stop gender-affirming therapies. Does this article follow up on that? Yeah, 2022. Nation's largest pediatric hospital that had announced it has stopped gender-affirming therapies after Greg Abbott ordered the state's child welfare agency to investigate reports of gender-affirming care. I don't care. It's also based, by the way. If they announced that they were going to stop and then they did it in secret, that's actually based. I actually am for that. How likely is this hospital going to get bomb threats? For almost certain. Almost certainly, they probably already have. The indictment against Haim alleges that in 2023, he asked to reactivate his login there to access information on pediatric patients not under his care, including names, attending physicians, and treatment codes, and then turned over the information to a media contact. This is literally a violation of HIPAA. And no, you don't get to call yourself a whistleblower. Oh no. A hospital is providing medical care. I must run to the media. Texas lawmakers banned trans care for minors in September 2023. That law is being challenged in court. He faces up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine if convicted. He was released on a $10,000 bond because, of course, he was. I've maintained from day one that I've done nothing wrong. We're going to fight this tooth and nail. Stand up for whistleblowers everywhere, he said outside the court. Dude, fuck off. I'm a whistleblower because I told the media that a hospital was providing medical care. I'm a whistleblower. Yeah, no, fuck this guy. Fucking violating HIPAA to own the libs. Me when I'm a bad doctor. Honestly, like, at the end of this, if this guy doesn't lose his medical license, that will be the biggest travesty. Like, honestly. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to I wanted to highlight that because I saw it. Yeah, fuck that guy. Go team. So, yeah. By the way, if you're liking the stream, be sure to donate. Or become a channel member or a Patreon patron. And don't forget to like the stream. Right now we got 23 likes. I want to see 25. Can you do it? I believe in you. Y'all did it. I knew you could. Okay. So I had a story that I wanted to talk about. It's been almost 4 hours. It's 2 a.m. where I'm at. I was going to talk about this. I think I'm going to save it for the next stream. Because I actually have a plan for the next couple of streams. So yeah, what I think I will do is just kind of put that on the on hold a bit. And yeah, I actually want to take the rest of tonight. Think I can probably handle, like, if we really want to, we can make it an even 4 hours and like give ourselves like an extra 20 minutes to kind of just chill out. But I kind of want to take the rest of the time and just kind of like talk about like the plan going forward. Both like with the next couple of streams and just like how I want to start streaming like in general. If y'all are like down, we can just chill and have a good rest of the night. Sound good? So yeah, basically my intention with the next couple of streams is I want to talk about, like, I have a lot of notes of stuff that I have like missed out on because, well, I've been healing from surgery, so I've not really been able to stream. And so next time I want to talk a little bit more about electoral stuff, more politics. I know that this time we were focused a lot more on discourse and a lot more on queer stuff. Next time I want to talk a little bit more about politics, a lot more on like electoral stuff. By God, I am going to red pill all of you on voting if I can help it. And yeah, I am planning on doing that. I plan on having 2 more streams this week if I can swing it. The plan is for Friday and Saturday. Saturday we're going to do more politics, or Friday we're going to do more politics. Saturday is going to be a very special stream. No peeking. And yeah, kind of what I am intending for stream going forward. So I know I said this at the beginning of the stream, so for those of you who may not have been there, this is my last week of kind of like being like healing from surgery and stuff. Like, I'm obviously still going to be healing, but like this is my last week where I'm like off work and stuff. So starting next week, I'm going to be back to the grind. And part of that means like I'm not going to have the time to be streaming like I did. The unfortunate thing is, like, I wanted to stream in like the week before I went in for FFS. That would have been like the perfect like golden time to do it, because I would have been like just okay enough where I could like still sit for a couple of hours to do a stream. But I hadn't gone in for surgery yet. But I was just like, that whole week before I went in for surgery, I was actually like really nervous because I was dealing with migraines like the whole week and just was not able to. And initially I was actually going to stream like while I was staying with Xena and Poppy, and I just like we just couldn't. I just was not functional. It was just not happening. So I was hoping that I would be able to do so back then, and it is what it is. But I'm trying to utilize the time that I have now that I'm back home. Now that I have like a few more days where I'm not going to be working, where we can just pump out some content. But then going forward, I'm going to be back to the grind, and I do have a day job. This is not my like full-time gig, thank God. I do have like a full-time job, and I will not have the time to be able to stream as often as this. My hope is that I will be able to stream at least once or twice a week going forward. That is going to be the goal I'm going to strive for. Obviously, it won't always be the case. But if that does become like a thing, my hope is that I will be able to start streaming more often, like maybe on Wednesdays or maybe on Sundays or maybe both. And if I can, I'm going to try to start streaming once or twice a week. But I won't be able to do like super long streams. This is probably about as long as I'll be able to do. And the hope is that going forward, I am going to try to be diversifying a little bit more of like the content. So if you don't know, and I'm going to actually I'm actually going to put a link in chat real quick. If you don't know, I actually have a second channel. Put that in chat for y'all. It is youtube.com/@SaigeAlexis2. This is my second channel. It is going to be basically a gameplay channel, kind of. I'm gonna probably use it as kind of like a little bit of a catch-all for like stuff that doesn't really fit on this channel. But it is gonna be like mostly like gameplay highlights and stuff like that because I do want to play more video games. Please go subscribe to that channel because we're gonna be using it. The hope is that in the coming like streams, we're going to be diversifying a little bit more of the content that we do and like doing more gaming stuff. I know I posted about this last week, but I really do want to start doing like some really fun like gaming stuff, like some chill like modded gameplay kind of things. Something I've been wanting to do has been doing like playing video game like challenges. And I think it would just be fun. And it's content that I enjoy watching. Like I often one of my favorite streamers that I watch occasionally is Small Ant. And I just like I just turn off my brain because I enjoy like the like let's play Minecraft, but like every block is lava type thing. Like I can just like turn off my brain, and a lot of times it's just like noise, but I do genuinely like I think it's fun content, and I think it's fun to do too, because I've done that like on my own in the past where I've had like fun mods or I've had like self-imposed challenges, and I enjoy it. I think it's fun content, and it's stuff that I would like want to do. Say you should play Fallout New Vegas. I do want to do a Fallout New Vegas one. I also like I used to watch Mitten Squad was one of my favorite like video game tubers. Um I was very sad when I heard of his passing. But I would like to do like some content like that where like we can play like video games but like with self-imposed challenges or play with like some fun mods or stuff. And if there's anyone in the community, by the way, that is like good at making mods, like hit me up because I will definitely like I would definitely be willing to like throw some money your way if like you wanted to help me make some like fun shit that we could do for stream. Um yeah, shit like that, like Minecraft, but whenever a block breaks, it speeds up by 5%. Uh Metal Gear Solid, but you can only crawl. I have wanted for a while. I have wanted to do a playthrough of Fallout 4, but I can only use the severed Assaultron head as my only weapon. Or use the Nuka Blaster. I've wanted to do a Nuka Blaster only run for a while. Yeah, like a whole field of randomizers. Fallout 4, but every weapon shoots mini nukes. That would be a fun one, Naomi, actually. There probably already is a mod that does that too. That could be a fun one. The DLC for New Vegas. So, Naomi, do you actually know my New Vegas take? Do you know the lore? My lore with New Vegas? Okay. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. I very famously don't like Fallout New Vegas. I actually do like the DLC though. I think the the DLC of Fallout New Vegas is actually some of my favorite stuff. But I don't really like Fallout New Vegas. Fallout 4 is my New Vegas. I know I'm the bad trans. I'm literally Blair White. Being trans and not liking New Vegas is like a worse version of that time Drake did Blackface. God damn it. Also true. Literally Tritler. Listen, they just got to completely reform Obsidian and have them work on Fallout 5. Here's the thing, though. I don't actually know if I like Obsidian's games. Because I tried playing the Outer Worlds, too, and I didn't like it. I think I just don't like whatever their, like, spin on that type of game is. Play the first 2 Fallout games? I feel like it'd be funny to see you try to figure out how to fight the rats in the beginning. Naomi, I'm just going to take that as a challenge. I'm going to learn how to speedrun the game. I have never played Fallout 1 or 2, and they are on my list. I do want to play them. I also want to do more I also want to do some charity streams. I think it'd be fun to like do some gaming stuff for charity. To be fair, all of their other games were better than the Outer Worlds. I mean, that's probably fair. Saige streamed to help Diddy's victims. You could get to one of the ending locations of Fallout 1 by walking left, but the chance of you just dying instantly to super mutants is very high. I forget. I know that the speedrun of Fallout 1 is very short, but I forget exactly all. I've seen so many Fallout speedruns. But it has been a while since I've seen a speedrun of Fallout 1. I do unironically want to do some more speedruns too. That's another part of going forward. Going to be doing some more gaming, which means doing more like fun challenges stuff, but also like unironically doing some speedrunning because it's just like a passion of mine. I genuinely I know that we've tried doing the Resident Evil 2 like speedrunning in the past. I genuinely one of the next couple of streams want to get Resident Evil 2 pulled up and just do a speedrun because I want to get on a leaderboard. I don't even care if I get like I don't even care like what my time is. Like I've been doing really well with it, and like the last time I played, I think I had like under an hour as a time, which is really good for somebody who is like who a plays the worst way by playing with a controller, and also like has not played the game in a while, um, and doesn't know a lot of the speedrun strats. Like I think it's like fairly good. I don't even know what my like time on the leaderboard would be. I just want to get something that can be put on the leaderboard just because. I need to know the reasons why you don't like New Vegas. I wasn't a fan of the I didn't find the writing all that compelling. I didn't really like the factions all that much. Um, I also thought that the I also don't like part of what I don't like about it is also a thing that I don't like about Fallout 3, which is like that engine of that version of the creation engine. Like everything is just super fucking like bland looking. So like Fallout New Vegas just looks really boring and my eyes glaze over after a while, and the same is true of Fallout 3. Um this is true. Ghost and I like initially bonded over our disagreement on Fallout 3, 4, and New Vegas. Never blame the engine. I don't know. It's like it's all the games on that engine because Skyrim looks bad too. I would never criticize New Vegas for being buggy because I like Fallout 4 and Fallout 4 is a buggy mess. Also, the thing about like Fallout games is like part of part of why I don't give them shit too much for being buggy is like Fallout games are kind of buggy in like a fun way. Um, I disagree with you on the writing and factions. I mean that's fine. I just didn't find the writing to be all that compelling. I found a lot of the characters to be like one note and forgettable, which I think like a lot of the characters in all Fallout games are like that, but I also just like I wasn't a fan of the aesthetic. I wasn't a fan of the like of the factions. I wasn't a huge fan of the writing. Um I found most of okay, so here's my take on like I'll try to I'm going to justify my take on the factions. And I know that everyone's going to disagree with this, but like also also true Astro that like Fallout 3 and New Vegas and even Skyrim are for me are games where I um are games for me where like I don't like playing them, but I'm fine watching people play them. Um the Roman fascist dictator literally gives you a lesson on Hegelian dialectics when he talks about why he rules the way he does. That's one note. I think that trying to seek I think trying to seek education on philosophy from Fallout New Vegas um, is probably not as good as just seeking education on philosophy. But I also think that like, so this is my thing. This is my thing when it comes to writing in video games. I I think that a lot of times people see the existence of a smart thing being in a video game or in like a movie or something as being the same thing as being intelligent writing. And I don't necessarily agree with that. Like people can reference a lot of things and a lot of things, and people can put like their spin on like things that they have taken from like ethics or philosophy or politics or whatever into like any number of like stories. I don't necessarily think that the existence of like a philosophical concept in a video game is the same as good writing for it. Like Metal Gear Solid has a lot of like political concepts included into it. There's also like the fact is, and I'm saying this as somebody who's like a very very big fan of the works of Hideo Kojima. The writing in Metal Gear Solid is also really fucking silly. Um, eh, I don't know. I didn't get that out of New Vegas, Naomi. I'll be real with you. When I was playing New Vegas, um, I'll be honest. When I was playing New Vegas, what I got from the game was that everyone felt like caricatures of ideologies, which is fine if that's what you're going for. But it's like also I was and maybe this is like a fault of like mismanaged expectations by a community. You say this is you do. I don't defend the writing in 4. That's the thing. Like I also take games as they are. Like that's my thing is that like I don't I see like I see these things as like whole products, and I'm taking them for what they are. Like the reason why I like 4 is different from the reason why I don't like New Vegas. Yes. Yes. My favorite Fallout game is the one where the most morally good faction is the most boring one. Yes. Yes. But yes though. Your favorite Fallout game is the one where the most morally good option is also not a morally good option, and there's no morally good option. I also don't like it when I okay, so here's also the thing. I don't like it when like stories try to sell moral ambiguity as deep. Like in place of a conversation. Like the existence of moral ambiguity itself is not the same thing as having a deep story, especially if you don't really explore that in any like way. Because you're made in New Vegas to pick a faction, kind of. You're made in New Vegas to pick a faction, but it doesn't really explore the consequences of those factions at all. That's also the problem with Fallout 4's version, is at the end of everything, like, at the end of everything, it actually really doesn't matter what you do in Fallout 4, because even the most even the most morally reprehensible option doesn't really change anything about the world around you. Are people actually going to get mad at me over this? Like, is this actually what we're doing right now? Like, are we actually going to, like... The funny thing is I've had this take from the beginning, and people, like nobody has disagreed with me on this take until now. I can't be wrong on something that is entirely based on opinion and taste. And the thing is like, also, I'm not here to defend Fallout 4 over Fallout New Vegas. My reasons for disliking Fallout New Vegas and my reasons for liking Fallout 4 are different. They are different games, and they do different things. They don't actually have anything to do with each other. So it's like, it's not relevant to keep bringing up that Fallout 4 does the same thing that I'm complaining about with Fallout New Vegas, because it's like, I know that Fallout 4 does the same thing that I'm complaining about Fallout New Vegas. I criticize Fallout 4 for it. Fallout 4 is not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination. The disappointing thing about Fallout 4 is that there's a lot of potential there that they just don't explore with it. Yeah, except the emphasis on player choice is based on the fact that you have two main factions that are so unbelievably evil that picking them is like basically not an option. And then your other faction is to have no faction, which also leads to like similar problems. Like in a game where one of the main factions is literally just like Hitler. Like your choice. Yeah, so your factions are Hitler, neoliberalism, hyper-capitalism, hyper-libertarian capitalism, and anarchy. And there's not really like, to me, all of those like, yes, but in a video game, I don't find it all that compelling. I also didn't find like I also didn't find the like way of going about those different factions all that compelling either. Like, if you're trying to emphasize player choice and my choices are between like literally Hitler and Elon Musk, I don't know, you're all the ones who are saying that New Vegas is doing like deep fucking political and like ethical and philosophical like writing. They should be able to pull that off, I think. And yes, I unironically think that the sentence that you just wrote would be a more compelling villain than Caesar's Legion. You're saying I'm wrong, but it's just a matter of taste. Oh damn. I actually did like go 10 minutes over because of this. Jesus Christ. Time flies when you are arguing about Fallout New Vegas. And also I'm not going to watch the H Bomber Guy video. Yeah, officially stun locked. I'm specifically not going to watch it because everyone is like, I'm specifically not going to watch it because everyone is being like condescending and telling me that I need to watch it. So now I'm not watching it out of spite. Congratulations. Wait till I tell you about all the other video games that I don't like. Because I don't think you're ready. That's true. All right. I'm calling this as like last chance for donations. Because I gotta go to bed. If you like this stream, tell you what, Naomi, uh, we'll make it a stream goal. If people donate enough, I'll play New Vegas. All right. I didn't even set what the goal was. Thank you for the $10. Now we gotta like set up an actual like stream goal then. All right, fine. All right. There we go. Ah. We'll see. We'll see, Naomi. Each DLC will cost an extra $100. Except for oh fuck. What was it called? Except for Old World Blues, I'll do that one for free. You get Old World Blues for free, but all the rest of them are going to be $100. That one was actually well, I won't say it was my least favorite. My least favorite was the final one, but that one was my next least favorite. All right. Last chance if you want to affect the donation goal. Wait, we should probably okay. You're right. We'll make it we'll just do the final total for all the DLCs. We're gonna set up the rules. Or the yeah. Ko-Fi donations that are not already existing subscriptions can count. We got a couple of people who are subscribed over there. So new Ko-Fi members and donations will count. New patrons will count. Direct super chats and donations on YouTube and new channel members will also count. But existing members and patrons and donations to the GoFundMe are not going to count. And if you get to an even $600, I will attempt to do some of the speedrun glitches. just for funsies. I'll try to learn how to do some of them and then do them. Some of them are really hard to do. I just want to learn how to fly through the map. That's all I want. But there's our stream goal. Once we hit 250, I'll play the game. Everything from there is the DLCs. All right. Last call for donations, and then I'm hopping off. If you like the stream, feel free to donate. Really does help out a lot. And if you want to watch me play Fallout New Vegas, then do so. Honestly, I should be making this a sub goal. I'm going to stick with the dono goal, but I should be making it a sub goal. All right. Thank you all for making this a great first stream back. I'll see you all on Friday.